And I think that we have come up with a solution to the issue of the gun going back to the jury room. The gun is going to go back this morning before the jurors have returned, with the condition that the firing pin be removed. Have you all been made aware of that?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Does either side have an objection? I understand that the gun will look exactly the same, and the only way you would be able to tell is if you were rather skilled in firearms and you took it apart and looked at the insides and knew what you were looking for. And obviously, they're not going to do that. So that is, I think, a pretty reasonable compromise. We're going to go ahead and Deputy Politano has the, just to show you all, the firing pin has been placed in an evidence envelope, and that was all done in the presence of the clerk in the evidence room. So we're going to keep that separate. Maybe we can make it, what is the exhibit number for the gun? Okay. They're saying they're going to put the firing pin back in at the end.
Yes.
So that it's, I guess, made whole. All right. With that, if we can please bring, and the jurors are not here yet, so the gun will be there for them when they are waiting for them when they return, which should be momentarily.
Sounds good.
Is there any other questions or concerns or anything that we need to discuss this morning?
No, Your Honor.
Good. On behalf of the state, if we have no objection to them just be taken into the jury room to begin their deliberations, I don't think we need to reassemble.
I agree. Defense, do you agree?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, we'll call you if there's a question or any matter that needs to be addressed, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Test us. Test us.
The court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Elizabeth Shears presiding. Please be seated. Please silence all cellular devices.
Okay, court is back in session. The lawyers are present. The defendant is present. It is my understanding that the jurors have reached a verdict in this case. Are both sides ready to bring in the jurors?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Defense?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jurors are entering. All jurors are present.
Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that you have reached a verdict in this case. Mr. Thomas, you're the foreperson?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please pass the verdict forms to the bailiff? All right, all of the verdict forms have been properly executed and dated and signed by the foreperson. At this time, I'm going to publish the verdicts. The State of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz, verdict form as to count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to Nikolas Cruz in this case. Aggravating factors as to count 1, victim Luke Hoyer. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No. Signed October 13th by the foreperson. Mr. Benjamin. Verdict form as to count 2, victim Martin Duque. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Martin Duque Anguiano was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Martin Duque Anguiano was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Martin Duque Anguiano was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 2, Martin Duque Anguiano. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 3, Gina Montalto. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another felony, capital felony, or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 4, Alexander Schachter. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 4. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson, Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 5. Alaina Petty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alaina Petty was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alaina Petty was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond the reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alaina Petty was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Alaina Petty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated October 13th by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 6, victim Alyssa Alhadeff. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alyssa Alhadeff was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Alyssa Alhadeff was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Alyssa Alhadeff was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond the reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. As to Alyssa Alhadeff, no. Signed and dated October 13th by the foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Count 7, Nicholas Dworet. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Nicholas Dworet was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Nicholas Dworet was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Nicholas Dworet was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Nicholas Dworet. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed, October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 8, Helena Ramsay. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Helena Ramsay was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Helena Ramsay was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Helena Ramsay was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Helena Ramsay. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated October 13th, 2022 by foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Aggravating factors as to verdict form as to count 9, victim Christopher Hixon. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hixon was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, the first-degree murder of Christopher Hixon, was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hixon was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Christopher Hixon was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of the laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Christopher Hixon was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the motive for the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Christopher Hixon's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 10, Carmen Schentrup. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Carmen Schentrup was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Carmen Schentrup was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Carmen Schentrup was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Carmen Schentrup. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. Note. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Count 11, Aaron Feis, victim Aaron Feis. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Aaron Feis was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feis was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Aaron Feis was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feis was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Aaron Feis was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties if the motive for first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Aaron Feis's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death? Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence? Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 11, Aaron Feis. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established? No. Signed this 13th day of October, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 11, victim Scott Beigel. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beigel was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beigel was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beigel was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beigel was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any government function or the enforcement of laws? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Scott Beigel was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Scott Beigel's official capacity? Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death? Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence? Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 12, victim Scott Beigel. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established? No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 13, Meadow We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Meadow Pollack was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollack was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollack was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Shh. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Meadow Pollack. No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Jury verdict form as to victim Cara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Cara Loughran was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Cara Loughran was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Cara Loughran was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Cara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Cara Loughran. No. Signed, Benjamin Thomas, October 13th, 2022. Count 15, victim Joaquin Oliver. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty. As to victim Joaquin Oliver, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 16, victim Jaime Guttenberg. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nikolas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Peter Wang was committed while Nikolas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Peter Wang was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the murder of Peter Wang was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner. Reviewing the one or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Peter Wang. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 17, Peter Wang. No. October 13th, 2022, signed by foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Madam Clerk, would you please poll the jurors?
Mr. Thomas, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Anthony De Vega, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Stephen Crock, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Jimmy Benbow, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Andrew Johnson, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Andrew? Yes. Annette Sanchez, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Stacy Lezing Jim, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Melody Van O, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Narelle Rinkus, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Dimitri Bahara, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Gabriel Figueroa, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And Denise, is it Convo? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of the following. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. Your deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain your private affair if that's what you wish. Therefore, the law gives you the privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you're also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. At this time, the Sheriff's Office is going to escort the jurors out of the courtroom. Okay, the defendant having previously been, has he been adjudicated? Adjudicated of 17 counts of murder in the first degree, the jury having returned a verdict of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Is there any legal reason why I should not impose a sentence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that is under 921.143, the victims under counts 1 through 17, and also the surviving victims of the attempted homicides have a right to express themselves as to the everything that could not be expressed under victim impact. They can express themselves as to crime and what they think should have been the appropriate disposition and sentence. It is anticipated that that could be a lengthy sentencing hearing because it applies to all 34 counts of the indictment.
Okay, are you prepared to present that testimony now?
No, we're not, Your Honor. And under the statute, it says that the victims have a right to present that testimony, and also, as you know, under the Florida Constitution, the victims have a right to be heard, and that the victim should present that testimony before you announce sentence.
Okay, when can we do that on November 1st, which is a Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll reset the sentencing for November 1st, Tuesday at 9 a.m. So the defendant will remain in the custody of the Broward Sheriff's Office until such time as he's sentenced.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there anything else for today?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We're in recess.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Thank you, sir.
Yo te voy a llamar.
I'll try my best, but I tend to do like square when I'm shooting.
Don't do that.
Stay 80 and maybe.
Question.
You're the one who finds the kid.
Bill said mine went to
Do you still want me to shoot it?
Just because, are you not shooting this time?
It's streaming.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get it.
It's streaming at the moment.
Just so in case I don't have to go through 3 people to get my card or a video going.
All right, bro. It's streaming to my car right here. Give you my car right here.
You know, I mean,
I don't know why I would go with fixing,
you're streaming it down now. I'm just getting my audio and my video, so I can't freaking see it, dude. Why am I you?
like a waste of time. And that's does that mean the fourth video is a signal to the same channel. And as soon as the VNC goes,
So then you know you're used to it.
the hundred and five say, hey, we're going to
I don't know either. Unless they just want to see the main video.
Oh, I can imagine.
Stand by.
Do you have one change spoons as well? Do you have the tools in your as well?
This is where you are. You don't like it? You don't like it? There you are. Okay. You don't make it holes. Okay. You do not make it holes. I didn't say thank you. Really say thank you. Keep talking. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I will share that with you in just a moment. The defense in the past say made that he was not to these families. Nikolas Cruz was a monster. He took their money. What he did that day was the act of an animal. And so while the defense may have done its job in humanizing people and families, they will never get their loved one back. This day, 2002, Valentine's Day.
And my dad told me that he wanted me to do it.
Families, and that's exactly what he did.
So that's why.
So Stanley Parkland has just released a statement. It says today's ruling was yet another gut punch for so many of us who devastatingly lost our loved ones on that tragic Valentine's Day at Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas. This was said by Gina Montalto, her father, Gina Montalto. He's also the president of Parkland. If you remember from testimony, Gina Montalto sadly was shot with that AR-15 at close range. So Nikolas Cruz physically had to put that gun on her chest and shoot her. I believe it was 4 extra times. He went on to say that 17 beautiful lives were cut short by murder, and the monster that killed them gets while the sentence fails to punish the perpetrator to the fullest extent of the law, it will not stop our mission to expect positive change at federal, state, and local level to prevent school shooting, tragedies from shattering almost American families. Now, we know that many of these families, their life's work is now changed forever. They're out standing for gun laws. They have changed their lives.
That's not my decision, buddy. So I'm going to the attorney's office, which is something 3 North, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks, man.
Was his mental state. It was not that aggravated did not outweigh what was going on mentally. And so that's how they were again life behind bars for Nikolas Cruz for that 2018 massacre here in Parkland. This community has been changed forever. These families have been changed forever. They're expected to come out and speak at this early timing. It's unclear what's going on in their minds. You can see them hugging, crying, many of them just putting their hands on their faces. The culmination of 4 years of living this nightmare, then coming to country for the last 3 months. Listen to testimony, hear how their child was tragically, viciously, cold, calculated, murdered. Has got to be the hardest thing that a parent ever has to do in their life. So these families have just gone through so much. We will give them some grace when they do come out here, if they do want to speak. But I'm sure that so many of them have in their minds, what does it take to give someone a death penalty? Was this not heinous enough? Was this not callous enough? So many of them having a lot of questions. I'm sure they're consoling each other at this time because they know what each other is going through. At this time, we've spoken to so many of these parents over the years, and what they have said is they just wanted this stage to be over. They wanted the trial to be over. They didn't want to relive it. Many of them sitting in this courtroom every single day, son Dworet's, their son Nicholas swimmer was also tragically murdered. We saw them sitting here practically every single day. This was a packed courtroom. They were waiting and have been waiting for this verdict for 4 years. I know many of them, this is not the verdict they wanted. We do know we had spoken to some parents that they felt that life is a worse sentence than giving him the easy way out and giving him death. So, of course, many of the oceans in Broward County, this nightmare for many of them is not closure. It doesn't bring an end to their suffering. It prolongs it. And so what will happen next? We did hear that now the parents do want to address Nikolas Cruz for this. The formal sentencing will not take place today. That will take place over the next few weeks. I'm not sure if they gave a date yet, but these parents will be able to look at Nikolas Cruz in the eye and tell him exactly the harm that he caused their families, the harm that he caused this community. And Broward County was changed that day, on that February day of 2018. It will never be the same, and it will never be the same for its families again. So for many here in Broward County, it was a tragic day. It was a tragic day that will live infamy just like that tragic day in 2018 when we saw this community change forever. So again, 12 jurors deciding that Nikolas Cruz, instead of getting the death penalty, will now live out his life behind bars without parole. So a devastating day for many. As soon as the families come out here, we're going to just that reaction. But it's a very tough day here in Broward County. Back to you guys.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Alhadeff. This is my husband, Dr. Alyssa Alhadeff, and our daughter was Alyssa Alhadeff, who was brutally murdered on February 14, 2018. We are beyond disappointed with the outcome today. This should have been the death penalty, 100%. 17 people were brutally murdered on February 14, 2018. I sent my daughter to school, and she was shot 8 times. I am so beyond disappointed and frustrated with this outcome. I do not understand. I just don't understand this. Dr. Alhadeff.
I'm disgusted with our legal system. I'm disgusted with those jurors. I'm disgusted with the system. That you can allow 17 dead and 17 others shot and wounded and not give the death penalty. What do we have the death penalty for? What is the purpose of it? You set a precedent today. You set a precedent for the next mass killing, and nothing happens to you. You'll get life in jail. I'm sorry. That is not okay. As a country, we need to stand up and say that's not okay. I pray that that animal suffers every day of his life in jail. And he should have a short life.
It's got to be such a disappointing day. 4 years you've been living this nightmare, and it's just, there's never going to be any closure. But this really wasn't the outcome you wanted.
No, I mean, definitely not. I mean, it's been almost 5 years. We came here today, and it wasn't even a doubt in my mind that this would be the death penalty. I'm beyond disgusted of what happened, what occurred, and again, what is the death penalty for, if not for the murder and killing of 17 people?
What would you ask jurors? What would you ask them if they were right here in front of you?
What were you thinking? This isn't about your personal beliefs. It's not about your religious values. It's about the heinous crime that was committed. There is no recovery. Jail's about rehabbing someone. There is no rehabbing.
Is there any sense of relief that at least you don't have to come to court anymore? At least you don't have to see this guy anymore?
Doesn't matter at this point.
And
we still have to go to the cemetery to go see our daughter.
Do you think there was somebody on the jury, at least one person who, from the get-go, would vote for life, no matter what the evidence showed?
Probably.
Laura, you guys had to sit there for nearly 50 minutes and listen to them go count by count. Can you tell us what those moments were like?
We sat there for over 12 hours waiting to find out our child was dead. And we just sat there being tortured by another hour waiting.
This idea of the mitigating factors being his mental illness or this alcohol-induced syndrome, that did not outweigh the aggravating did not outweigh the fact that he may have been mentally ill. What does that mean to you?
So that means that everyone that has a mental illness should go on a killing spree? That's what we're telling this society? That we're saying that's okay because you have a mental illness? Mental illness isn't cured. And he had antisocial personality disorder, amongst others, oppositional defiant disorder, but it doesn't give him the right to go and kill 17 children, 17 people. And I'm sorry, this is just not okay.
Were you okay with how the state prosecuted the case? Or do you think they could have done anything different to elicit a different sentence?
I think the state did a great job. I think they did what they could. We're very thankful for them. Unfortunately, the system continues to fail us.
Would you say today's a tragic day in Broward County?
It's a stain. I'm sorry. It's just a stain, and I live here. It's a stain on this world that we live in. Broward County. It's really just a real
Disappointment.
Disappointment.
Have you been robbed of justice? Have you been robbed of justice?
Absolutely. Absolutely have.
So would you say the state let your daughter down?
Yes.
The jurors.
The jurors let us down. We have a jury system for a reason, and they let us down. They gave their personal beliefs, but they didn't go by the evidence. There was no mitigating factors. I'm sorry. Any mitigation was disproven clearly in the court. There's no reason. And if there is a reason, then why are we allowing people to just go randomly kill others? Is that what we're telling our society? But there's mitigating factors, a lot of hogwash.
Do you think Cruz should have been locked up long before February 14, 2018, at least in a mental institution or something along those lines?
Locked up, yes. Mental or otherwise, I don't know what the right thing is, but he should have been locked up. He should have been in shackles every time he came into the court. He should have been in shackles the entire time he was there. He's not a human being, he's an animal.
Laura, in the last 4 years, you guys have done so much work. Alyssa's Law, what you've been doing in the school board. What does this do for you guys? Does it redouble your efforts outside of the courtroom? I mean, what's next?
So I would say that it just makes the fire inside us even want to fight harder for change and know that we have to do so much more to prevent the next school shooting and work so much harder because this cannot happen. And our nonprofit, Make Our Schools Safe, we have been fighting to get Alyssa's Law passed nationally as a standard level of school safety protection in every school across this country, so that if there is a life-threatening emergency, law enforcement can get on the scene as quickly as possible and take down the threat. Law enforcement needs to do their job. They cannot stand there and just watch as 17 people get shot and killed. Your job as a police officer is to go in, engage, and take down the threat. And if you can't do that, don't do the job.
Larry, the defense lawyers were willing to plead guilty early on for exchange for life. I'm wondering, in retrospect, if all of this was worth it, and not just having that outcome almost right.
No. Absolutely not. He should have been given the death penalty from the get-go.
Will you be, Lori, after what you just said, I assume you're going to be there when Scott Peterson goes on trial?
Absolutely. I just want to end with, please don't show the shooter's face. Stop showing the shooter's face. No notoriety. 17 people were killed. Let's remember them. Remember Alyssa Alhadeff. Remember the 16 others. And you could be a part of helping to stop the next school shooting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So sorry again for your loss. So you just heard from Lord Alhadeff there, being told that Fred Wittenberg is also making his way here. We believe that he's going through security now, but sounds strong and powerful words coming from these parents. They're just downright angry. So we you never get to see those dogs. So angry. Until he gets this family continues to mourn the loss of their precious daughter. So while they will be able to prove that this violence acts and was heinous, it was cold-blooded, it was premeditated, they still were not able to mitigate the factors that we're talking so much about.
I know.
Gina, he is making his way to the podium now, and Tony, we know that today has to be such a hard day for you. Explain to the viewers of everyone watching what is going through your mind and heart right now.
Well, we'll start off with it's pretty unreal that nobody paid attention to the facts of this case, that nobody can remember who a victim is and what they look like. I know every day because I see my beautiful daughter's face around our home in my dreams, and I miss her very much. I'm going to read you a prepared statement. Today's ruling was yet another gut punch for so many of us who devastatingly lost our loved ones on that tragic Valentine's Day at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. 17 beautiful lives were cut short by murder. Heinous, pre-planned, torturous murder. And the monster that killed them gets to live another day. While this sentence fails to punish the perpetrator to the fullest extent of the law, it will not stop the mission of the families of Stand with Parkland to effect positive change at the federal, state, and local level to prevent school shooting tragedies from shattering other American families.
Tony, what did you think when you were hearing those verdicts being read? As it sunk in that this was a life sentence, not a death sentence recommendation, what were you and your wife Jennifer and everybody else thinking?
Well, I can only speak for myself and my wife since we've talked about it, but I'm sure some of the other families had similar thoughts. How can the mitigating factors make this shooter, who they recognized committed this terrible act, acts plural, shooting some victims more than once on a pass, pressing the barrel of his weapon to my daughter's chest, that doesn't outweigh that poor little, what's his name, had a tough upbringing? I mean, society has to really look and re-examine who and what is a victim. Not everyone's a victim. My beautiful Gina, the other sons, daughters, spouses, and fathers, they were the victims here. Our justice system should have been used to punish this shooter to the fullest extent of the law, not as an act of revenge, but to protect our nation's schools, to stop others from attacking the future of this country when they attack our schools.
Do you not see how it's possible that one juror could have found one mitigating?
If one juror was honest when they chose the jury, and they said they could see their way to the death penalty, and unanimously they all found that the aggravators are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, I think that one juror possibly perjured him or herself.
What message do you have to this jury, and does this send the wrong message to the nation? The nation is watching.
Well, again, what do we want as a society? Do we want people who commit atrocious acts against the future of our country to be punished to the fullest extent of the law? Or do we want to excuse them because they had a tough time growing up? I promise you, throughout this nation, there were people who had a more difficult time growing up than this shooter, who have been failed by the school system more than this shooter, and who have had less services provided than this shooter. And they did not choose to enter a school with a high-powered weapon and pull the trigger 139 individual times. That is cruel. That is thoughtful. And that should have been punished to the maximum extent of the law.
We know that the gunman studied other shootings, and now he gets life. For the next teenage gunman or the next young person who decides to get a gun and study and follow, what does a sentence like this do for the safety of other children?
I think that it puts all school children in jeopardy. It certainly sends the wrong message. This shooter did not deserve compassion. Did he show the compassion to Gina when he put the weapon against her chest and chose to pull that trigger? Or any of the other 3 times that he shot her? Was that compassionate? When we heard, in his own words, what he said regarding other victims, Meadow Pollack, Cara Loughran, Peter Wang. We heard what he said, what he thought. Was that a sympathetic figure?
Sorry, if they have done anything differently, I mean, in retrospect, you wish they had acted differently either during the case or when they were insisting on going to trial?
I will say that the state did an excellent job. I haven't heard one of our families complain about the case they put on. They were factual. They were realistic. Their rebuttal was excellent. I just think people forget what facts are these days.
Tony, you said this in your statement a little bit, but what does this do for your efforts outside the courtroom? How much work you've been putting in at state, national level? What is this? Does this reinvigorate what you're doing?
Well, Families Who Stand with Parkland have always been dedicated to preventing other families from suffering through these horrific tragedies. Perhaps now we'll have to fight to make sure that victim impact statements, real victims, are taken into account. The real victim statements when you go through a penalty phase, so that we can all remember our loved ones, the kind, compassionate, innocent students and teachers that went to school that day and never returned to our loving families.
Are you going to be here for Scott Peterson's trial?
Had enough of the courtroom for a while, but I imagine that we will come back and do what we did here. We will all represent our loved ones. My wife Jennifer and I will make sure that we represent our beautiful, forever 14-year-old daughter Gina in any court proceeding. We will continue to put forth our efforts to secure her legacy through both Stand with Parkland and the work we do locally, statewide, and nationally, as well as the Gina Montalto Memorial Foundation, which we set up to keep Gina's light shining in this world, because she should not have been extinguished by this monster.
We do live in a country, in a state, in a county where, you know, a sizable part of the population does not believe the death penalty, that they believe that life imprisonment is fine for. Could you explain?
I'll trade places with you.
Could you explain?
I'll trade places with you. That's why.
Could you explain why?
I've answered it 3 times. Trade places with me, you'll change your mind.
Does this change the way you feel about people in Broward County? I mean, do you feel like the community is letting down in some way?
Yeah. Gina, my beautiful, kind, bubbly, bright daughter, deserved better than she got from the schools, and certainly from this jury, from our sheriff's office. She deserved better. Even from the FBI, who let us down. Let's not forget all the failures that led to this day. But the failures wouldn't have mattered if the shooter didn't choose to pull that trigger 139 times, to make a voluntary effort to pull that trigger, spewing death from that gun every time he pulled the trigger. Anything else?
Thank you so much.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Tony.
So sorry.
We also know we did.
I'm guessing you're all wanting me to react. I'm stunned. I'm devastated. There are 17 victims that did not receive justice today. My daughter, you'll notice she was the 16th of the 17 to be read today. She was shot running down a hallway. Now, what mitigating factor was it that they used on her? Were they going to suggest that he didn't have the fine motor skill to shoot that gun as she was running down the hallway? This jury failed our families today. But I will tell you, the monster's going to go to prison, and in prison, I hope and pray he receives the kind of mercy from prisoners that he showed to my daughter and the 16 others. He is going to go to prison, and he will die in prison. And I will be waiting to read the news on that. He should have received the death sentence today. There was no mercy for a murder that was planned over a long period of time, and that was, sadly, as proven by the state, executed. I don't know how this jury came to the conclusions that they did today, but 17 families did not receive justice. Because of what happened to our families, we are all in this position now of doing the work that we do around this country to keep this from happening to another family. And this decision today only makes it more likely that the next mass shooting will be attempted.
Tony, Fred, can you talk to us about what you were thinking when you realized that it was not going to get the death penalty?
I looked at my wife and I said shame, anger, devastation. Listen, I've gotten to know you and the others over the years. I've spent the past almost 5 years preparing myself for today, mentally, physically, because I visit my daughter in a cemetery. And the idea that there was at least one juror who I have to imagine didn't tell the truth to get on that jury, and who was never, ever, ever going to vote yes, because they agreed on all the aggravating factors. The truth is, the defense, for those of you who watched this trial as diligently as I did, the defense failed at mitigation. If you looked at the cross-examination, their witnesses fell apart. In the closing argument, the defense team actually referenced the neighbor, the guy who lived across the street, who spent one moment with that killer in their entire time. Okay, they did not prove mitigation, but yet a juror accepted the notion. A juror did not tell the truth to get on this jury, and because of that, 17 families have been failed, and it is what it is. This is the way the system works, right?
Do you think that they should have had maybe the trial outside of South Florida or Broward, if possible, and moved to another venue where you would got a fairer, maybe, or a different jury?
I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I can tell you this. The state did an amazing job of proving the aggravators. The state did everything they possibly could have done. I will also say the defense, to be a defense attorney in a situation like this, I get it, you have a job, but it doesn't mean you need to lose your humanity towards the victims, which they did, okay? And their inability to ever, for a second, either in the courtroom or outside of the courtroom, have a human moment with us, a civil moment, was despicable. Looking at attorney Tamara Curtis take her middle finger and rub it up and down her cheek when she lost an argument in the courtroom, and then to start laughing with the killer over it like an immature punk child, I will never, ever, ever forgive that moment. But that's who they were. So I will tell you, the state did its job. Whether or not doing this in another county would have made a difference, you go through a lot of people to pick a jury. I don't know. I don't know.
What do you do moving forward? I know it wasn't going to bring any closure, and I know it makes your work just that much harder, and you're going to continue working hard, but, you know, him getting life would have been some sort of closure for these families. What do you do moving forward? How do you let go of this anger?
The first thing I do moving forward is I go visit my daughter at the cemetery because he killed her. And that's what I have to do. The next thing I do moving forward is everything I can to prevent the next one of these from happening. The next thing I do moving forward is everything I possibly can to remind people how important the next election is and voting, because we do have the ability to do things in this country to reduce gun violence through our vote, and we need to do them. So I'm going to continue doing what I do, and I'm going to go to the cemetery, and I'm going to tell my daughter what happened today, and I'm going to tell her I love her and always will.
Do you believe in any way a life over death sentence here? What message that encourages or discourages to the next young person who gets a gun out there and thinks about doing the same?
That person is planning a shooting now. Let's face it. And that person now believes that they can get away with it. I'm still, and some of you know me, I'm not often stunned, but I am stunned by this verdict today. And I think anyone planning a shooting right now sees that there's a path to avoid the death penalty where it does exist. And the death penalty does exist, by the way. There was no reason they couldn't impose it. But you know what? His defense counsel in the closing arguments made one of the most bizarre statements I've heard in a closing argument when she said, Well, if you don't give him the death penalty, he'll just end up dying in prison anyway, of natural or some other causes. That was his defense counsel who said that. So right now, I'm hoping she got it right.
Fred, is there any sense of small relief that you don't have to go to that courtroom anymore? You don't have to see him anymore?
I would have gone to that courtroom every day the rest of my life to get the right justice. So, no. He did what he did. The only possibility for relief ended for me 5 years ago almost when he shot and killed my daughter. I was prepared for the rest of my life to seek justice, and I could not be more disappointed in what happened today. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you all. G-U-T-T? Oh, Guttenberg. Thank you. I'm sorry? No. Sorry. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Hickson. My husband, Chris Hickson, was one of the murder victims. He was the adult that ran into the building to try to stop the shooter to do something to save other people. And I'm just completely devastated and shocked by this verdict to me. What it says to me, what it says to my family, what it says to the other families is that his life meant more than the 17 that were murdered and the 17 that were shot and the thousands of people in that school, in that community that are terrorized and traumatized every single day. Even if every single one of those mitigating circumstances was true, which we all, I think, believe are not, but even if they were, how does any one of those mitigators outweigh those aggravating factors that they all agreed were true? How do you say, yes, it's cruel, that it was heinous, that it was planned, and we all agree on that, but oh, he might have had a mental illness or he had trouble growing up. I have a son with special needs. I have a son that checked all of those boxes, or a lot of those boxes, that the shooter did as well. And you know what? My son's not a murderer. My son is the sweetest person that you could ever meet. This person had services. He had love. He had the best upbringing his mother could give him. But even if he didn't, how does that outweigh cruel, heinous, planned? It doesn't. It just doesn't. I don't care who you are. There's no way that you could look at those mitigating circumstances and believe for 1 second that they outweigh the aggravators and that the life of that person is more important and more valuable than the life of the 17 that were taken and all of the other people that live through that trauma every single day. So I'd like to say I have no words, but apparently I have a lot of them.
Debbie, for those jurors, if they will be watching this later, or do you want to know what went on in that deliberation room? Like, what were their thoughts?
I agree with what a lot of people have said. There has to have been someone who maybe thought they could. Maybe they did. I also believe in grace and giving people the benefit of the doubt. And maybe when they're sitting there and you're asking them questions and they think, yeah, I can do that. But when faced with that decision, that it just maybe was something they didn't have in their makeup to be able to do. But they really should have asked themselves that question harder before they agreed to sit on this jury.
Debbie, yesterday you told me that you thought that if there was a death penalty verdict, that would sort of allow you to perhaps close the door on the anger phase of what you've been through and move on to the healing phase. What are you thinking now?
Definitely that anger phase is going to take a little longer to move through. Because to me, like I said, here I am thinking that they're going through yes, yes, yes on those aggravators. How can you say yes to every single aggravator and then no to the death penalty? Beyond a reasonable doubt, they believe that they proved those mitigators. So it will have to be something I resolve within myself, with my family, because really right now it feels that his life is more valuable than Christopher's, and that is not true. Never.
Ms. Hickson, do you believe that the FBI, the Broward Sheriff's Office, and now the jury has failed your husband's heroism? Has failed him?
I do, in a lot of those instances. There was an opportunity to stop the shooter before he even got through figuring out his plan. BSO took a long time to get there, and now, again, someone else believes that someone's life is more valuable than my husband's, and that makes me, I can't even give you the right words how that makes me feel right now.
As a member of the school board now, do you think this makes it more difficult for the schools to stop this kind of event from taking place?
I don't know if it makes it more difficult for schools. We are working very hard to increase our security. It does, and it should say something to society that we have to look at who we allow to own firearms, how we address mental health in our communities, and where we give grace when it's warranted. So.
We don't know how many jurors wanted to go with life.
Correct.
But did you expect a longer, more involved discussion among the jurors to maybe sway others on death, as opposed to the speed at which the jury came back here?
It's a good question. So clearly the aggravators were very easy to go through. I think all of us would agree that 100% were all 7 of them without a doubt completely proven. So in the defense, if you listened to the defense's closing statement, they basically told them that they couldn't, if one person said life, you were done. Like, you weren't allowed to have that. So honestly, I don't know how much of them are, what they're able to do, but it seemed.
The opportunity to engage the other jurors.
Correct.
No, I want you to reconsider. Did you expect more of a debate within that jury room versus the speed at which they came back?
To be honest, I thought it would not take as long, because if you clearly saw the aggravating factors, that mitigating could never, there are some mitigating factors you could check off, but I personally don't see how one single one of them weighs heavier than any of those 7 aggravators. So I thought that it was done earlier or quickly, because they all said, yes, there are mitigating factors, but 100% they do not outweigh all of these aggravators that we did. So shocked at the outcome, but I didn't think it was going to take them a whole long time to do
And I
that.
have one other question, which is, I saw you leave the courtroom with your son. You told me in the past the difficulty of explaining to him about his father's death. What did you explain to him today, or how did you explain to him?
Of course, he was very upset, and more, I think, because he felt the room, us being upset in the room. But we just tried to explain to him also that this person is still being punished. So at the end of the day, I've said it a number of times, life or death, our life doesn't change at home. We don't have Chris. Our life, our family is not whole anymore, and we move through the process of how we get through each day. So this doesn't change what happens in our house. It changes emotionally how we feel about society. I think in general, the fact that you could think that someone who murdered 17 people because he had a mental illness, which I don't think any of us would disagree. There's no normal person that's going to do what he did. But that does not outweigh the aggravating factors that were proven in this case.
Debbie, what would you want to say to the shooter today?
I think that he should give thanks to God that someone had grace and mercy for him that he did not share with those other people. And keep in mind, my husband was one of those that he came back and shot again because Chris was survived. he would have survived if he hadn't come and shot him the third time. So I hope that he understands the gift that he's been given. I doubt that he will, but I do hope that he understands what that gift is and that he's somehow able to take that and do something different than the trajectory he's been on for all of his life.
Did you believe in the death penalty before you got this?
I did not. And I would have been one of those people that would have thought, you know, we can rehabilitate people, that it's not up to us. And it's been a struggle for these last 4.5 years to feel so strongly that this person doesn't deserve to walk on the earth. But you find yourself in a different position and you change your mind. But it's a struggle for sure.
Do you have any thought on why they wanted to see the gun? Did anything go through your mind? Did that signal anything to you? Did you feel more hopeful that it would be a death penalty?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Yes, because they had just asked about the the cross-examination where they were talking about trigger fingers and things of that nature. So to feel how heavy, remember, 139 times he pulled that trigger in 7 minutes. So the idea that he was below average in being able to tap something is clearly not what's reality in this instance.
Do you think somebody wanted to feel the gun and to get an idea?
I would guess so. And, you know, some people maybe just wanted to see it. Who knows? So, anyway, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Debbie.
We also have Broward County's State Attorney Harold Pryor making his way to.
Hello. Thank you for being here. You know, this dreadful and horrific crimes committed by this school mass shooter in Parkland on Valentine's Day 2018, it's forever changed our community. It'll continue to impact us forever. The parents and families of the school children and staff members who were lost in this massacre, our hearts are with them. We hope that they know that all of us lost 17 wonderful people that day, and that our world is a poorer and sadder place without them. To the survivors, please know that you are not forgotten in this, and that we respect and salute your courage and all that you have endured. You know, when I was elected as Broward State Attorney, I promised that I would uphold the law. And I agreed that this community, not one person sitting in the office, should hear all the facts and all the evidence of this case, and that the community should make a decision about whether this mass killer should get the death penalty or life in prison. We thank the jurors for their service, for taking on this difficult task. We thank the law enforcement officers who went into the school. We thank the law enforcement officers who investigated this case and also arrested the killer. We thank our prosecutors and our prosecution team and the whole office for their dedication and service in ensuring that we presented all the facts and the evidence before the Broward County community. And we thank the courthouse staff. We also thank the witnesses. We thank the victims' families and the survivors for everything. As I spoke to some of the family members immediately after verdict, I thank them for their patience with us and their compassion. And I thank everyone who worked to ensure that the whole truth, the full story, was told about this tragedy with full transparency. To my knowledge, this is the first time that the full story of a community's loss and all of the relevant facts have been told about a mass shooting of this magnitude. We have not shied away from telling all of the horror, all of the loss, all of the devastation, all of the pain about this case. We hope that while there's no such thing as closure, there will never be closure. We'll never find closure. But I do hope that this will bring some measure of finality and justice to this terrible chapter.
Mr. Pryor?
Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, question, please.
No questions. I want to allow the families to be able to comment. It's about the families today. And so I will allow them to speak, and then we'll come back, okay?
We will.
Thank you.
We will come back?
Thank you.
Thank you.
afternoon. Good afternoon. It's been 1,703 days since the murderer committed the mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. And if this was not the most perfect death penalty case, then why do we have the death penalty at all? There's no doubt about the fact that the verdict should have been the death penalty. I believe that our state's attorneys, okay, all of them, all of our state's attorneys, whether it be Mr. Sachs, whether it be Carolyn McCann, whether it be Jeff Marcus, Nicole, Stephen, Aaron, we could have not had a more perfect state's attorney group. No way. Mr. Sachs told me when we first learned that he was taking this case on, he said to me, I promise you that this will not just be another mass shooting. By the time we're finished with this case, every single person who was murdered, people will know who they are. They will not just be a name, but people will know exactly who they are, will know a face, and will know everything about them. And that's exactly what he did. You talk about being disappointed. We are all disappointed, okay? All of us, because they could not have done a better job. They could not have proven their case any better than they did. We all know their case was proven. But again, we have jurors, and there's no doubt in my mind that somewhere along when they chose their jury, they had to be told, I'm pretty sure, that they would consider the death penalty. Somewhere along the line, one of those jurors had to have said, I know he committed these crimes, I know he deserves to be punished, but I can't be the one to put someone to death. And that is the only way that we did not get the death penalty. My son was murdered along with 16 other people, and this animal, okay, still is going to now have life in prison without parole. And let me tell you something, as far as I'm concerned, he's probably going to get taken out sooner than later if he did get the death penalty. Because we know that a death penalty case, I believe in Florida, takes a lot longer. I think it's somewhere, the average is somewhere close to 18 years, okay? I'd certainly be dead and buried before he would be. So as far as I'm concerned, the fact that he's going to go into some sort of general population, he's going to have to look over his shoulder every minute of the rest of his life. Just the way the fear in him, I hope he has the fear in him every second of his life, just the way he gave that fear to every one of our loved ones who he murdered or the students and people that he harmed. He should live in that fear, and he should be afraid every second of the day of his life.
Just to add, okay, about fear, this is what my son saw. He saw the gunman as he turned and pulled the trigger. This is what the jury didn't think was worth capital punishment. Answer me why, how, that my son could be shot by this animal like this. People need to see this. This is real. This is not a game. This is not a video. This is not a TV or a movie. This is real. The last thing my son saw was the gunman aiming at him.
And let me tell you something, we're not going to stop. I'm going to tell every single person here, we will never stop fighting. We are never going to stop fighting so that these animals can't go into, whether it's schools, movie theaters, places of worship, you name it. We're going to fight with them so we don't have to keep looking over our shoulder and wondering when we send our kids to school or our loved ones go to work at school or go to work anywhere, okay, that we could possibly never speak to them again. We're going to continue to fight, and we're going to make sure that AR-15 and those assault weapons that killed our loved ones are taken off the streets. And that's what we are going to continue to do. Because this should not happen to anyone else. This should never happen. We should not have to worry about, even ourselves, walking around the streets that somebody's going to murder us with a gun that they illegally own or illegally own and have gone off the deep end somewhere and decided that they're going to take their anger out on someone else.
And this verdict today gives license to anyone who wants to claim they have a mental illness to kill people.
Sure, all I have to do is have a mental illness, not a problem. Okay, one of my attorneys is going to do a mitigating factor that I'm a human being. Okay, that's one of the mitigating factors. He's a human being, okay? And that gives him license to just, him or her, license to go in and kill people. This is ridiculous. This should be the case that makes people stop and say, oh my God, I better not do that because I can get, I can get the death penalty. This is the case now. You know what? I can do it, not a problem, and I can get off and I can have life in prison without parole.
Do you believe that one juror or more lied to get on this jury?
I won't say lied.
No.
Maybe when they were originally questioned, they thought they could do it, but when push comes to shove, maybe they realized that they couldn't.
We can't damn the jurors. Come on. I mean, if that's how I come across, I apologize. These jurors sat there since July 18th, day in and day out. Let me tell you something. They're the people that we need to give therapy to, because here they are. They watched. They went into the 1200 building. They saw all the autopsy photos. They saw some things that we never got to see, and you certainly didn't get to see. I mean, they did their job, there's no doubt about it. But when push came to shove at the very end, like all of the aggravating factors, they all checked them all off. There was no doubt about that those aggravating factors were all checked off.
Some of the other parents did seem they were lashing out at.
I'm sorry, I can't. It's going to have to be one at a time. It's hard enough to hear one. I'm sorry?
Your husband once wrote in the Sun Sentinel about having to sit through this and relive it.
This was 3 years ago. This was, yeah.
How do you feel about it now that you've gone through it?
3 years ago, I didn't know a third of what I know through the trial. If I knew what I know now, back then, I would never have said what I said. Okay, this animal deserves to die. He hunted all these people. He planned this for months. I didn't know that he had planned it for months when I wrote that article. No, I take back everything I said in that op-ed. He should die.
And you mentioned that some of the parents who preceded you did seem like they were very angry, lashing out at the individual jurors. But you're saying that you don't believe the jurors themselves got involved. Do you have any sort of understanding of how one of them could have found a mitigating factor to spare?
There is no mitigating factor at all that could overshadow, okay, the aggravating factors. There are just none. And I'm not sure, I mean, I can't speak for them, but I'm not sure that, maybe an hour after we were all let out of the gallery, that people's emotions didn't come out in ways that maybe, I'm not sure that it's really anger at the jurors. It's anger at, it's anger at the sentencing. It's
anger at the system.
Yeah,
okay.
It's anger, really.
It's really anger at the system.
You can't go after a juror. They did their job. They went day in and day out. It's not easy. But, totally anger at the system. I mean, I know we have a legal system, but is it just? I mean, let's ask ourselves that question. We certainly do have a legal system. I'm not sure it's so just all the time.
Justice was not served today.
We saw you looking at your son's picture in the courtroom. Moving forward, now feeling that justice may not have been served for your son. Is it any different for you when you look at that picture? I know there's no closure, but now are you even more angry or?
There's never closure, okay? This is a chapter that's closed. I'm not sure of the epilogue yet because I haven't really been able to process. It's a chapter that's closed. I'm never going to get closure. I'm never going to get my son back, whether it was the death penalty or life in prison without parole. Scott's not coming back, okay? That's just the way it is. A little aside, if you notice, when they were talking about Scott and she was talking about the counts, they had a little bit of tumult, That was my son. There's no doubt that was my son telling us, you know what, Mom, I'm here. But as far as closure, there's no closure. There's no closure when your son is murdered, okay? There is not. And for me, the anger stays here. Every once in a while, the lid gets taken off, but the anger stays here. The anger is always going to be here. And I'm going to tell you something. I never thought that I could be so ugly inside, but I wait and welcome the day that I get that call that tells me that that murderer was murdered in prison. And that's going to be a very happy day in my life.
And just one more thing. They talk about the victims, the 17 people who were killed. Every person in the Parkland community is a victim. Everyone. So don't play that down at all, okay? On February 14th, 2018, everyone here was a victim. February 14th is also my daughter's birthday. Imagine how we celebrate or don't celebrate her birthday. Imagine the fact that some of her friends don't like to call her on her birthday because they don't know what to say. My birthday is February 16th. I was making funeral arrangements for our son on my birthday. Everybody is a victim. There are no survivors of a mass shooting. There's different levels of victimhood, if that's a word. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Lynn Chen. I'm Peter Wang's cousin. I'm here with my aunt, Linda, over there. We are just shocked by this result, and it's just so unjust. I think many people, we thought like, there's a very clear cut, this monster killed 17 people. Like, how can that be, how can he live another day? And I feel a lot of jurors or the public do not really consider the factor of what happened, like, to the families, to the moms. My aunt has changed forever. She suffers from PTSD, and she constantly have hyperarousal. She cannot function normally. She cannot sleep, the constant insomnia. And we came here and thought that we could get a little comfort for my family, but no, they just pushed them further. And not just my aunt, all the moms that I saw in the fucking courtroom, they are suffering, and this result made them suffer even more. All the moms, now they are saying, okay, I guess this murderer who can murder my kid and still be alive. All their dads. They have to live knowing the fact that the murderer is in the jail every single day, breathing, eating, and getting help by their lawyers. Well, their kids was murdered on that day, and also, they were murdered they got multiple shots. The shooter came back, and they are saying all the excuses about mental illness, not getting proper help. The murderer came back and repeatedly shoot at all the kids. What about the kids? What about the families? It's not about the shooter. Why can't they do something that's helping them? Also, in my knowledge, there have been at least 4 students committed fucking suicides. Suicides, we're not talking about that. These parents of these suicidal kids, where is their courtroom? That one juror or more made this decision, but the whole system do not know there's more people gonna die. Suicide, more school shootings. This is insane, right? Everyone knows, right? This is insane. We need justice. All of your kids need justice. All of your kids in school. And now more people are getting motivated to do this shit. My aunt's dying. This monster literally said, I'm not going to say it, but he was happy to see people dying. He had a little smirk on his face today. We have been quiet. We've been trying to follow the law, believing the system would help us, but it didn't today.
Hello, everyone. Today, I believe justice was not done after spending months. Today, I believe justice was not done after spending months and months listening and hearing testimonies and looking at the murderer, his composure. I believe justice was not done. The wrong verdict was given out today. First, I want to thank Mr. Satz, Carolyn McCann, Jeff Marcus. They worked and worked tirelessly for us to get, or to find out today that we have been let down by the jury. I'm sorry, 17 people died, 14 beautiful children, 14, 3 adults dedicating their lives to educating children, died. And today we find out there's no justice for us. If this murderer had mental problems, he still managed to get a gun. He still managed to get an AR-15 to mow down our kids. Why was he allowed to get an AR-15? President Biden, it's been 4 years and I've listened to countless shootings, one after another, traumatizing my family, traumatizing our neighborhood, traumatizing Parkland and Coral Springs, and today the wrong verdict was given. Someone killed, 17 people attempted to kill another 17, and we let them get away with it. We should have had the death sentence given out today because he took 17 lives and he attempted to take 17 more, and it could have even been more, and he planned it meticulously. And now you have sent the message out there to everyone. It's fine, get an AR-15, get a semi-automatic weapon, and you will just get off by pleading that you're insane. It's the wrong message. It's been years and years and years listening to the news, hearing nothing but shootings in this country. And today we let someone off that murdered 17 people in cold blood. How do you describe someone dying as bursting open their head? What kind of people are we? There should be an automatic penalty for someone that does that. All the 17 families are so angered. We had to listen to how he just came back and finished off our loved ones. There is no excuse in this country to have weapons of war on the streets, and if you do not get that, then something is wrong in this country. And there was one person with a gun on the school premises that day that my daughter died, and he did nothing to go into that building and to tackle that murderer. And I'm sorry, I have to say, as a black woman, I have to sit there and listen to black men being shot multiple times over and over again. And this animal killed 17 innocent beautiful kids and 3 dedicated teachers, and he got away with it today, as far as I'm concerned. Anyone that listened to the testimony over these past months can see that he planned it, he executed it, and he just waltzed out of that building.
Do you believe if he had been black, the outcome would have been different today?
Black men are mowed down. Innocent black men are mowed down all the time. The attitude towards kids, black kids in school, it's different. I don't want to make this a racial thing, but from my experience, there's more aggression towards black kids. So, I don't know. I can't say anything about that, but maybe Scott Peterson would have gone in and taken him out. I don't know.
Ms. Ramsay, do you feel like the state let you down, not the state attorneys, but the state of Florida, the jury system, the justice system?
Everything, everything. We moved from England, we came to this country. My daughter was a bright young girl. She couldn't even get into the gifted class because she was shut out. How do you get 100% on the test and get shut out? Everything in this country is just so wrong. Something needs to change. We need to do better. We need to do better.
What was it like to be sitting in there? You had to sit for 50 minutes listening to every single time, hearing her name, and it just, what was that like, those 50 minutes?
I didn't even listen to when the medical examiner was, I wanted a picture in my head of Helena, how bright, how beautiful, how fun she was. I didn't want that ruined by the murderer. The murderer has put images into all of our heads of the disgusting thing he did on that day. That's all I can say.
I take it you're going to be at Scott Peterson's trial?
If I can manage it, I don't know. This has been so exhausting. It's gone on for so long. Right now, I'm drained.
But you do hope he gets convicted for what he didn't do?
Yes, people are making excuses. Scott Israel said that he didn't have to engage. Why do you put that badge on? Why do you put that badge on if you're not going to go in and protect children?
Do you have any views on what happened with this jury? It was found the aggravators, but yet you said the mitigators not really. Do you have any views on the process or what could have happened?
I feel that the jury was convinced at the end when when the defense team, especially the lady, kept on talking about soul. Oh, he had, you're going to have to think about this for the rest of your life if you give him the death penalty. They try to guilt trip, but they're not realizing that we have to live with this. We have to live with not having Helena in our lives. He is nothing to us. He's a monster. He doesn't deserve, as she said, grace and mercy. He doesn't deserve any of that. He's allowed to breathe, get 3 meals a day. Where is my cousin? She's not here. I have to see my family go through the hell of this trial. We keep quiet because we're saying, okay, the system is good. We're going to get justice. It's obvious. 17 people, 17 children. And you cannot just say, give him the death penalty. This is going to be precedent.
Yes.
Because basically, they can just say, well, look at this case. He shot up 17 people. I only killed 1 person. Why should I get the death penalty?
Yeah, I can pretend.
I'm crazy. Oh, and then they were talking about the mother was drinking, and that's why, because in the womb, he's that way. There's plenty of people that have drunk and had kids, and they didn't turn out into killers.
Mass murder.
Mass murderers.
I want to go deeper. As you know, February 14th in general is a national celebration. You've heard from some that have said that you know, she had to deal with a sibling that died on her birthday. My uncle, that's his birthday. His daughter died.
On his birthday.
I had to deal with carrying my daughter in 2018 and delivering her in June, knowing that my aunt no longer has her daughter. You know, it's not okay. And so now we walk away with, especially for those who work in the school system, my mom's been a teacher for over 15 years. Why should I give my life to a system where I have to now be cop, teacher, defender? Why? You're not paying me enough for this. The sacrifice and the burden that we've put on the school system by not rendering justice is huge. Who wants to lay down their, I mean, obviously you're going to do what you want to do, you're going to do, but it's a heavy burden that you're leaving and a heavy weight that you're leaving on these families. My daughter is 4, never got to meet her cousin. And this is how long this has been taking. And then today, to hear that, okay, well, he won't get parole, but he's going to just be able to be alive is more than disappointing.
Michelle Thomas.
My name's Sefina, S-E-F-E-N-A, Cooper. Thank you.
Helena's mother.
Hello. Good afternoon. I just want to start off by saying thank you to the prosecutors. Every single one of them were beyond excellent. I never thought I would be in this position, but here we are. And we couldn't have asked, I believe everybody is in agreement, to have a better team than the team we have. We are in shock, disgusted, something that is supposed to be extremely common, as all the other families have mentioned. How is this even possible? Are we standing here right now with this verdict when it should have been clear as day, extremely transparent, a death sentence? They've said it before, I'll say it now. If not now the death penalty, then when? When? And there is no excuse, nothing the defense said. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It shouldn't have been a case at all. No excuse for letting this piece of garbage breathe.
Well, here we are again, under these circumstances. We weren't expecting that this will be the verdict. The defendant accomplished his goal. The defendant made us feel bad, took us, our loved ones, away. The defendant saw the family suffering. The defendant fired 139 times, and he didn't do more because he didn't find anybody else to keep fighting. We are in the state that the death penalty is an option. After seeing the massacre that he did with all the 17th, plus other 17 that they're crying and they're suffering, plus the entire community of Parkland, the entire community that belongs to Marjory, Stoneman, Douglas, that they live with this pain. Every single moment they're triggered with sounds is not served by death penalty. Why we have the death penalty as an option here in Florida? What is that for? That is my question. I am very proud to be having an amazing state team. They gave their passion. They came back from retirement. They believe that the justice has to be served. And it wasn't. I knew it wasn't because of them. It was because of one person wasn't agreed with the result. I can thank the jury. They were coming here day by day, as Linda said. But that was that person who disagreed, and he made that difference. And today we don't have the justice served because of that. That's very unfair, that everything has to happen just for one person that decided not to happen. So now we gotta keep going, and we gotta keep living, and we have to work our best to find our peace. We're not gonna let the defendant take more from us that he's been taking during all this time. I hope that you all respect our moments. This is something that we have to digest. We need to live with this new reality. We're ending this chapter. We are going to open a different one. We're not going to let that defendant take more away from us. That's for sure. And that's my advice to every single kid that was injured and they were lucky to be here today. Don't let the defendant take more away from you than he already did. So thank you for being covering all this time. I hope that you don't forget that this situation keeps happening every single day in the entire nation. And we need to serve justice everywhere. And everywhere, everybody needs to get the attention they need, because these situations are very painful for all of us. Mira, la sentencia de hoy fue algo que realmente no estábamos esperando. Las leyes de la Florida dan como opción la pena de muerte. Y este caso era el perfecto para determinar que la pena de muerte era la sentencia adecuada. Nosotros, las 17 personas que perdimos a nuestros seres queridos, hemos estado esperando durante todo este tiempo a que el trial, a que el juicio llegara. Todos los días nos sentamos allí esperando en nombre de nuestros amados y de aquellas otras familias que no podían hacerse presentes, porque es muy difícil estar dentro de un salón, dentro de una corte, escuchando tantas cosas que tú no te imaginas que puedes haber escuchado y que pasaron ese día.
Que no sabíamos que habían sucedido incluso.
Entonces, yo les quiero decir que si este juicio no merecía la pena de muerte, entonces la justicia y el sistema está fallando. Habrá que hacer reformas, pero entonces nos adaptamos. Pero no nos deje esa opción y después no la use cuando realmente el peso de la ley tiene que caer en un 100% por el caso que fue.
¿Qué mensaje le envía usted al jurado, a estas personas que consideraron que aunque habían todos los factores agravantes, no era como para darle la pena de muerte?
Mira, los abogados defensores se encargaron de alguna manera de manipular información antes de ellos ir a hacer las deliberaciones. El jurado hizo el trabajo que tenía que hacer,
se lo agradecemos, todos lo entendemos, pero aquella persona que decidió a último momento que la pena de muerte no era indicada para él, mira, de aquí en adelante yo me imagino que tendrá en su mente y en su corazón mucho que cargar encima. Él tiene el peso de la injusticia que cometió ante 34 personas y toda una comunidad que no tuvo el chance de ver el peso de la ley sobre esa persona, o sea, al que defendieron, al defender.
Y también un precedente que crea que una de las cosas que han estado diciendo los familiares de las víctimas, un precedente de un terror que se causó que ahora...
Sí,
de
que
alguna
siga
manera
sucediendo.
Exactamente, sigue sucediendo y que de alguna manera lo están apoyando. Entonces, mira, yo se lo voy a dejar en la conciencia de ellos porque no hay otra manera de que yo pueda hacer algo más. De nuestro lado, nosotros vamos a seguir tratando de traer conocimiento y hacer sentir a la gente la conciencia que hay que tener a la hora de hacer justicia y de que estas situaciones que se han venido repitiendo durante 4 años van a ser
Es que no te lo puedo decir, te lo puedo decir cuando apaguen las cámaras, si quieres. Pero, y una cosa más, que creo que estamos de acuerdo, la falta de respeto, de disrespect que tuvo la defensa con todos los familiares, yo quiero que eso sea algo que no se le olvide a nadie. The disrespect that the defense had with every single family member in that courtroom every single day. And don't get us wrong, we know they have to do their job. But you do not need to be disrespectful, have zero empathy. I mean, the things that came out of their mouths, McNeil, Curtis, Kate O'Shea, disgusting. Every single one of them, disgusting.
Sí. Mira, la consideración de parte de los abogados de la defensa fue nula. No hubo respeto, no hubo consideración, no hubo discreción a la hora de ellos manifestar y justificar acciones que en el momento se estaban discutiendo dentro de la corte. En ningún momento estas personas nos vieron con dolor o con empatía, con dolor o con empatía hacia el proceso que estábamos pasando. En los argumentos que estaban cerrando, nos señalaba como que si fuéramos abogado, nos señalaba como que si fuéramos basura. La familia, ni siquiera. Yo entiendo que tú eres un profesional. Yo entiendo que tú eres un profesional y como profesional y eso no ocurrió de parte hasta el final de la defensa. Y eso no ocurrió de parte del grupo de la defensa, de ninguno de ellos. Todos y cada uno de ellos mostraron profesionalismo nulo ante la conducta y la actitud ante todos nosotros los familiares y allegados a este problema.
Pero ¿sabes a quién sí le dieron respeto, empatía, cariño, calor, no? Al asesino.
Gracias. Gracias. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Took me a few minutes to collect my thoughts and to try to understand the emotions I was feeling after we heard the verdict from the jury today. As I was walking up here, I was informed that the vote was 11-1. One juror either didn't understand the facts in this case or was dishonest with themselves when they signed up to become a juror and would never have voted for the death penalty, because you cannot look at the facts of this case. Look at the cruel and inhumane way the 17 victims were treated. That he went back and shot again those that were already down on the ground. I've seen the video as part of the MSD commission. I saw him walk up to Coach Hickson and shoot him in cold blood as Chris Hickson was lying there on the ground. I will never forget that video. I will never forget what I saw that day. How you can process the evidence that was presented to you. And let me pause for just a moment and thank the state's attorney's office for the grace, the kindness, the professionalism, and the absolutely perfect job they did in prosecuting this case. They did everything right. They presented all the evidence, and we heard time and time again, each of those jurors understood the facts that were presented and the aggravators, yet somehow one of them thought that the mitigators that were presented by the defense, and let me pause for just a moment and reiterate what's been said before. This is a defense team that we understand as families, they have a job to do. But the lack of empathy and humanity shown to our families by this defense team, it's indefensible. And to argue that life in prison without possibility of parole was somehow better because he'd get his inside, I couldn't believe my ears. I can't even imagine a defense attorney making that argument. That shows you how low they will go. And of course, in their concluding arguments, they wandered into the absolute absurd to try to find some rationale to defend. And it worked. It worked with one of the jurors, and we're very disappointed. We came here seeking justice. We were hoping for justice. And unfortunately, we didn't get it today. Let me make a point about the one, because I don't want to focus so much just on this one juror. Had one person done their job at the school district, had one person done their job at BSO, I might not be standing here today. We might not even have needed to have this trial, because we wouldn't be here today. And it's unfortunate that we have to be here. This is where we are. You just want to answer?
I echo all the same thoughts that have been said. For me, I want the most important thing is for the world to know that my sister, Alaina, and the 16 others that were killed, they were beautiful people, and it leaves me with anger, sadness, and emptiness to know that, you know, none of us will ever get to see them here again, and that they were cut short. And the fact that they allowed this murderer to get off with life in prison seems unjust to us. and to the real victims in this situation. So, yes.
When you're sitting there and it's sunk in that they're not voting for the death penalty, when you realize that, what do you think?
I don't know how you can look at all the aggravators and vote yes on every single one of them. That the state did its job. It proved beyond a reasonable doubt that those aggravators were in fact aggravators. It was unanimous, all of them. 7 for 3 of the victims, the teachers and staff, and 5 for each of the children that were murdered in school. And come to the conclusion that that somehow, it's just one juror thought one or more of the mitigators was enough to override that. Look, this is how our system works. I get it. I understand. We knew going in that it needed to be a unanimous verdict with the jury. I just thought the facts were so overwhelming. The viciousness of what was done at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, I don't know how you can walk away. They saw pictures and videos that I haven't seen. We heard testimony from the doctors and the medical examiners about the absolute cruelty and indifference to the victims that the killer showed. I don't know how you can see that as a juror and walk away feeling good about the job that one juror did today.
Ryan, I know you've been working a lot outside of the courtroom since all this happened. In your mind, was today going to be a moment of moving forward? Do you feel like you got that, or do you feel like this is just another day in an ongoing process?
Today I was hoping we'd close a chapter. We're going to close a chapter either way, right? Nothing will bring Alaina back to us. I've come to that realization now over 4.5 years later. She's not coming back. My ability to explain it to my son, her brothers and her sister, my wife, still don't have the words to explain what happened or why it happened. As much as I've learned about what happened and as much as I've seen evidence presented to the commission and otherwise, I still don't have an explanation for them that's good enough. She's not coming back. I knew that. But I had hoped that for all of the families we would see some modicum of justice today, and we'll have to be satisfied with what came out of the proceedings today.
You were on the commission. You and Max probably know more about this than the other parents just because of what you did. Do you think that Cruz should have been institutionalized or locked up long before February 14th, 2018?
It's clear that mistakes were made. And that there were warning signs prior to him acquiring a firearm and putting his plan into place. I mean, we heard testimony in the trial here. He's been a problem since kindergarten. He attacked other students in kindergarten. So the school district was certainly aware of it. His mother was aware of it. The community in general, I think, was aware of what the possible threat, but action wasn't taken. So the lesson coming from this is that there are warning signs. They are real. I've learned subsequent to this, that over 90% of these school attacks, there are warning signs exhibited prior to the attack. And if we'll take them seriously, which was not done in this case, they were not followed up on, we can prevent these tragedies from happening. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Max Schachter. My little boy Alex was one of the 17 victims, and coming in here today, we thought we were going to get justice. We thought that finally the Parkland murderer was going to be held accountable for his actions, and up to this point he had not. He was violent from age 3 years old. The teachers were scared of him. He was a menace in all the classes that he was in. He prevented all the other children from getting a good education. And all this time, they prioritized his rights over the rights of all the other kids in his classes. And we finally thought that we were going to get justice. He planned this out. Everyone saw all the evidence that the state presented. He did research. He planned this out. He wore a JROTC uniform to disguise his who he really was. He lied to the Uber driver so he wouldn't be found out, telling her that he had an instrument in there and he was in an orchestra. He is a sociopath, and he did this. He planned it out. It was premeditated. He said his intentions were to kill 20 people. The only reason he stopped was because he couldn't find anybody else to kill. He didn't think anybody was left in the school. And then he did this, and then for 3.5 years, he says he's not guilty. All of a sudden, he changes his mind, and he pleads guilty. He saw the writing on the wall. And we thought that we were going to get justice. We thought that he was going to be held accountable for his actions. All this time, he had no consequences. He was able to accumulate over 55 different disciplinary incidents in school. Law enforcement was at his house over 40 times, and he was never arrested. We thought that we were finally going to get justice for what he did to Alex and all the innocent others. And we're just devastated, my wife and I. We thought that we were going to get the death penalty today. It's so upsetting to hear that one individual prevented that from happening. We sat through this trial for months, listening to all of this testimony from the defense, learning that people would call him, where he's received hundreds of phone calls, telling them that they love him. It's unbelievable how you could love the worst high school mass murderer in history. It's just unbelievable. We're shocked and we're devastated.
You just ask you one quick question. I noticed that some of the jurors, and maybe you noticed it on the front row, there were 2 young men with the probation officer huddled in what looked like visible pain as this process was going on. The foreperson looking over at them with concern. To those jurors, did you see that? What were your reactions yourself as you saw that? There definitely seems to be a striking difference in body language from those jurors.
Yeah, I was worried when I saw that. And I think what we're going to find out is that there was a lot of tension in that jury room, and you know, we don't know what happened. We'll find out. But it was just you listen to all the evidence and understanding what he did to murder, going up and down all those 3 floors of stairs and hunting down all of his victims, shooting them from down the hall, and then going over and executing them at point blank range. How could you not give him the death penalty? And I think that one juror that voted for life is going to live to regret that for the rest of his life.
One thing that also sticks with me, I did the building tour after the jurors of that 1200 building, and as we were listening to the judge reading the verdicts, I was thinking to myself, this person obviously, even with that experiential evidence, even seeing the exact spot where your son died, they still walked out feeling like the defense's reasons for life outweighed that. What goes through your mind?
I think the defense used tricks at the end to just make people feel guilty and try to get them to not focus on the facts. But you know, it was the jury's responsibility to, you know, make a decision based on the facts. The aggravators way outdid the mitigating factors. You know, we've had many people in our country that have been born and mothers have smoked or drank. They don't go on to become mass murderers. And to not punish the worst high school shooter in U.S. history after what he did to Alex and all the 16 others is just a travesty of justice, and it's just heartbreaking. Thank you very much.
from disappointment, anger, to sheer sadness. These parents and loved ones like Debbie Hickson said she will no longer see her husband. They will no longer see their children. And Nikolas Cruz will live to see another day. So the families, the heartbreak, you could just feel it. You could sense it. Some screaming, some so angry they couldn't even control themselves, cursing, just so upset with what they thought was a slam dunk case. They thought for sure, I mean, with everything that they showed, from the video of them going on that rampage, from the scene inside of that school, remember, it was left untouched. There was still blood on the floor, or laptops still open, books still open, where this moment in time ended for these 17 victims.
Su decepción, tristeza, inclusive cuestionando el sistema judicial de aquí del condado de Broward, cómo es posible que se pudiera alcanzar este veredicto en el día de hoy, el precedente sin duda que este veredicto pues sienta para futuros casos, y como ustedes mencionaban también que el mensaje que se le está enviando a la comunidad en el día de hoy es que cualquier persona puede cometer semejante masacre y salvar su vida. Nosotros aquí a la expectativa de ver lo que tiene que decir el equipo de la defensa de Nikolas Cruz. Como escucharon también en corte, pues la jueza decidió también el 1 de noviembre próximo pues fijar el día oficial de la sentencia. ¿Por qué? Porque la Fiscalía también pidió, una vez que se conoció el veredicto, que los miembros, los familiares de las víctimas tuvieran la oportunidad ese día también de expresarse, de decir todo aquello que no pudieron decir durante la presentación de los testimonios hace 3 meses. Ellos quieren ventilar su frustración y quieren pues también que las personas conozcan quizás detalles que en ese momento no pudieron compartir con los miembros del jurado por cuestiones muy técnicas de este juicio. Pues ellos van a tener esa oportunidad el próximo 1 de noviembre. Sin embargo, esto no cambia nada. Nikolas Cruz ya pues ha sido sentenciado no oficialmente, eso pasará el próximo 1 de noviembre, pero sí ha sido pues el veredicto en el día de hoy, que va a pasar el resto de su vida en la cárcel sin derecho a libertad. Como les dije, pues aquí aguardando esta conferencia de prensa por parte de los abogados defensores de Nikolas Cruz, y por supuesto vamos a compartir esas reacciones con ustedes. No sé si tienen alguna pregunta para mí. Bueno, ellos han expresado muchísima frustración, inclusive molestia por el lenguaje corporal, inclusive por parte de los abogados de la defensa. Algunos se mostraban un poco molestos porque habían risas en la sala de corte. Sin embargo, la mayor molestia en el día de hoy es que se alcanzase este veredicto, y como les estaba comentando anteriormente, algunos de ellos inclusive cuestionaban la humanidad en estos abogados defensores, que cómo era posible que una persona pudiera ser capaz de defender a semejante monstruo, en las palabras de muchos de estos familiares. Sin embargo, aquí vamos a poder despejar muchas de esas dudas, y vamos también preguntarle a ellos para que nos reaccionen acerca de todo lo que han dicho los familiares de las víctimas en el día de hoy, y vamos a ver cuál va a ser pues, la reacción de ellos también. Porque aquí en esencia también queremos escuchar la reacción de todo el equipo de abogados y defensores que pues también tenían una labor ardua para tratar de convencer, aunque sea a uno de los miembros del jurado, de que Nikolas Cruz no deberían de ser sentenciados a la pena de muerte, y eso lo lograron en el día de hoy. Y estamos aquí precisamente esperando pues para hablar más con ellos. Ellos ahora están reunidos, tenemos entendido, en un cuarto también escuchando los testimonios de los familiares en el 17 piso, nosotros estamos en el segundo piso, y en esencia lo que ustedes mencionaban, desde que comenzó este juicio el 18 de julio, pues la Fiscalía hizo un trabajo excepcional. Definitivamente tenían pues toda la evidencia, tenían también pues una admisión de culpabilidad por parte de Nikolas Cruz. Se presentaron testimonios no solamente de los sobrevivientes, familiares, también de expertos de salud mental, y básicamente pues hicieron un trabajo bastante arduo y excelente para pues poner en contexto, ¿no?, todo lo que había pasado ese 14 de febrero de 2018. Inclusive llevaron al jurado a visitar el edificio que había sido preservado con toda esa evidencia, sangre, balas, huecos en las paredes, todo intacto como estaban, y eso tuvo definitivamente tremendo impacto en ese momento en el jurado. Sin embargo, aparentemente eso no fue suficiente, y la defensa logró crear esa duda en uno o más miembros del jurado, y es por eso que se alcanzó pues este veredicto de cadena perpetua en el día de hoy. Como ustedes estaban describiendo muy bien, pues vimos esta mañana, en cuanto se anunció que ya había un veredicto a las 9:30 aproximadamente de la mañana, pues todos estaban muy ansiosos, corrieron a la sala de corte, había muchísima expectativa. Yo pude conversar con varias personas durante todos estos días, y la verdad que había mucha duda en cuanto a cuál iba a ser ese veredicto. Muchas personas se inclinaban porque es que los hechos y toda la evidencia estaba bastante palpable, ¿no?, de que quizás se pudiera alcanzar un veredicto de pena de muerte. Sin embargo, otras personas que decían que no estaban pues tan seguros de que eso iba a pasar, habían como sentimientos encontrados. Y como ustedes mencionaban, aquí el trabajo más difícil era convencer a los 12 y que se obtuviese pues esta decisión unánime. Bastaba con solo uno de ellos no estar de acuerdo para que pues automáticamente Nikolas Cruz recibiera cadena perpetua. Familiares tristes, aquí se ha cuestionado el sistema judicial, se ha cuestionado también a los jurados, se ha cuestionado la labor que hizo la defensa. Están pues bastante conmocionados, pero definitivamente un día para ellos bastante triste, porque sienten que aunque nada les va a regresar a su ser querido, el precedente que se siente en el día de hoy es bastante peligroso. Ellos dicen que si en un caso como este, tan monstruoso, donde 17 personas perdieron la vida de una manera cruel, calculada y premeditada, y 17 más pues quedarán con secuelas de por vida de lo que vivieron. Si en un caso como este no se pudo pues alcanzar un veredicto de pena de muerte, pues entonces definitivamente que la pena de muerte en la Florida pues básicamente crea este precedente de que no es tan fuerte. Entonces muchos se cuestionan para qué la tenemos, para qué existe pues esa ley aquí en el estado de la Florida. Por supuesto, aquí a la expectativa, vamos a regresar con ustedes en cuanto comience la conferencia de prensa.
till 11 o'clock.
That's too far over there. He's gonna look that way.
I have a cinematic camera, so I don't think that out. It's like those calls. So I did the hurricane with that. Yeah. The only problem with this one is the zoom that you use. If you want to like a nice push in or push out, you kind of like it's really generated to begin with, so like you have to be conscious of that. But yeah, that's your little camera, man. There's nothing you can do.
You guys see our picture in West Palm Beach?
Yeah. So in Miami, we had a 750 push up. A 750. Okay. Yeah, and then the second camera. One has like a baby camera. Yeah, but I like it, man. Yeah. And now Anton Bauer makes battery push. Anton Bauer batteries. It's like it has a thread, a tripod thread on the thing. So it's like a flat battery, it's like that Anton Bauer battery, and on one side it's got the thread, so you can thread it underneath it, and it has a bunch of ports like this. If you just port some out of it, it's a brand new battery that Anton Bauer stuff. So I wanted to get one so I can take it, and it has like the bottom part. So one part has a thread sticking out, the bottom part has a shirt. So you can just literally mount it to your tripod. Yeah, that's the best thing. No, it's brand new. I already asked, but like, what do you want to ask? Yeah, he did it himself.
We're not going to have to leave South Florida. Santa's
this is not going to be long. It's going to be very short, so if you bear with me, please bear with me. Y'all wonder why I'm talking over here, right? Bear with me. Are you ready? Good afternoon. My name is Gordon Weeks. I'm the public defender. I am representing the defense team. And I first like to start off by acknowledging the efforts of the juror that was seated in this case. You know, it is a solemn responsibility to be called and to serve as a juror. And for this jury to stand firm to their oath, their commitment, to hear all the evidence, to weigh it carefully, and to render a verdict is very important. It's more important that we as a community respect the jury's verdict and recognize that the jury's verdict is final. This is the system that we all cherish, that we all abide by, and supported by our Constitution. I would also hope that this day is not a day of celebration, but a day of solemn acknowledgement and a solemn opportunity to reflect on the healing that is necessary for this community. The healing of the trauma that occurred on Valentine's Day, February the 14th. The healing of the loss of those families, and the recognition that there is nothing that will ever bring back that pain But I want everyone in this community to recognize that this team appreciates, respects, and understands their loss. And with the greatest bit of sympathy, we attempted to prepare this case and present this case in the most professional and legal manner that we could. And in closing, just recognize that, I have to give great respect and acknowledgement to those folks that worked this case, that dedicated their time and their efforts and their professional skills to this matter. So with that, I hope that we as a community can respect the verdict that was rendered, respect the process that was had, and understand that those jurors have spoken. And as a community, we can now begin the process of healing. Thank you.
You had, at the end of the end of the court today, you said the decision was final. The prosecution was hinting that there may be another step that they maybe convince the judge to issue another sentence. Can you explain what is going on there? Do you consider this, the jury verdict to be final, even though sentencing is now on to November 1st?
For process purposes, the jury's verdict is final. However, in the state of Florida, victims have a constitutional right to be heard at every stage in the proceeding. And the court is going to respect that right and give them an opportunity to be heard. And we appreciate that, and we recognize that, and that should be followed. However, we have to also recognize that the jurors in this case sat through a number of days of very, very difficult, traumatic evidence, and they heard it all, and they weighed it all, and they rendered a verdict. We have to respect them. Thank you very kindly.
Where will Nick Cruz be serving his sentence, sir? Where will he go?
He will be taken into the custody of the Department of Corrections very shortly after being sentenced. He will then be transferred likely to the South Florida Reception Center, processed into the prison system, and then eventually assigned a prison where he will remain for the rest of his life without the possibility of parole.
Did Nikolas Cruz have a reaction today? Does he understand what happened today?
No further questions, thank you.
Will you be requesting that he be segregated from the rest of the prison population? Bye, nice meeting you.
Thank you.
That was going to be short. Tough questions.
That was a fair question, right?
He said it'd be short. He didn't want to talk about it. Oh, I think I already said it might be with Doug, I think that's what I last heard, with Doug Johnson. I think so, yeah, just check with Abby, she'll tell you. I think it's Abby, but I'm here with Jackie, okay? All right.
Right? Stops the news conference. Ask questions, stops the news conference. Party's over, folks. Way to fuck it up, see it happen.